Well, good guys, I am back. Some more Final Fantasy. We're finally in Shadowbringers. So let us begin. Cassar stands at the entrance. Not just full of mod, but humans. I guess humans and all manner of others too. It's not being a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met Mort before? They might look like shifty little buggers, but a more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Yin, whatever. I'll go ahead and let him know you arrived. Yes, it is. That's Yin. Mending. What is the weather? Sunny. Everlasting light. Baie moeilik om weather persoon te wees in die area. Isn't it like rain or anything? Just light.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mordsook.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mordsook's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then. If you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Hello, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here!
Come and look.
You buy?
of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots! Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
Tablet bij of course. You have camera zoom and bread, worms, meat, skewers. I guess we'll go for meat. That's every burning bounty made from the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it's warm with up the jellied desert nuts. Oh, I have to choose all of them. Paras, brood, kool, mashed loaf. Middle is stuffed with a bittersweet cactus fruit, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keep you going in the heat. And then worms. Even so, pulp white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed winkler, you'll never want any other treat. Yes, which one do you choose? Ons gaan check maar met everyone's bounty. Yes, put some spice in your step. You'll feel the cold at night, and probably not the next one either. Have the gold. And done. With Vermont Honor buys you 10 sides of. Cool. What the fuck? Daar is er. I don't think I'll share the rest. Our Sever invites us to a feast. Let us thank his great generosity and small appetite. Can I say your coin purse cracked? I am pleased to accept your custom, and King Yen will be pleased. Keeping the merchandise down, yes, no returns. You will always be welcome. If you need anything in, say, fucking armor, we're here to provide. Oh, gloves. Offering a service, are we? Or are you actually? Where we will an assistant will clearly help bringing along. Gonna go take some long last minute haggling then. You're the best. You market a receipt any during this time quest by using the relevant item. Hungry again already. You strong stomach, friend, but we don't eat those. Oh, I need to do... no. Okay, so it's not that. Okay, so actually fucking lizard dan gaan. I need a table cactus. There's a herb remedy. Box of antiques. Nee, ik zoek voor tonton. Ach ja, ik zie niet zo op in. Oh, wat is tonton? Oh, is zo. Cactus table. Nice. Now we're looking for antiques. No, ah fuck. Very unsarted. Hey, no touching. Back already. Oh, that's a lot. Good work. And quick work too, considering you not set food in this place before. I thought you'd be set in the city like an X-Rock, but sometimes tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you returned, but seems to have been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Because it feels like an age since I last saw you. Well, if it's lovely, Teslim. It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Elazay. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has come to my attention. Wait, I know who you are. I don't talk much of you. You're Zubi, aren't you? I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tislin. I work as a carer at the inn and gotten to know Elay quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as guide? Shipping all down and packed to the road, so you would not be trouble. Thank you, that would be great help. Well, it looks like you're able to head straight out after all. Kevin and I will be in the area while you seek me out when you head you're full of equipment and send back to the Castrum. Chrysler. And we are complete. Is now it's to find the little rocks. Now let's see from the back. Alright, you might. Well, I thought you might. Doesn't it always sing how much you let's go and watch, huh? Fuck. Sorry very much to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things are nasty. That is it, thank you. Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be the first visitor from the Caribbean since Eliza arrived. It's not much, but it's home after a reflected and harmful error. Contagious? Well, no, not as far as we know. I don't think we've met anyone besides Eliza who was so unfamiliar with our Since here, most folk have grown known someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it might be best if Eliza gave you the full explanation. I think she might be out on patrol. Eliza is nowhere to be seen. Smell for them to the northwest. More than northwest. Clone footsteps.
Get back here!
Yes, I need to.
Is that... It can't be.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner. How are you? We've fought them to a standstill, then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the Flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the First tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the Flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct, that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
Just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast off society, and exiled here in the edge of the world. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you clear the west. That we can undo the experience with the resident terror. did it fair. Thought you might be one of Lieutenant Fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. Keep. Oh, this land. Well, in any case, I'm glad to see you two found each other. You have no idea how badly I missed your company. Everything is always if Zubi were here, he would. That's an exaggeration. I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Zubi's methods. Honestly, seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation is really something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. Ha ha ha. I'm only teasing. I thought it no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. Okay, collect Hero. Oh fuck. Oh, the hundreds of things that he's doing. Sorry, but I wouldn't mind waiting here with a lot of wait and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death, surely. I could do with a handle. It's true, thank you. I can start helping sort out the ladder. Bonnier. Ja, letterlijk slaap op fucking uit. Thank you. Don't glance you blankly, but notice the tension in his face ease slightly. Die gaan seker turn. Everything remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his neck. You've seen the birds? How are they? Not well. That's good. We knew they would enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Ulrich, though I have to speak with the other carriers, but I think it's his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion then. I'm going to take Zubir to Muskrok if you have any errands that he's doing. Well, I suppose there's nothing. I would you pick up nectarine from the market, please. Gavin just passed through. Run should have some fresh fruit. Come then. do that then? Yes, why is he doing the cycling? Supposed to do thing on the ground. Fights in certain areas offer bi-colored gems as rewards. They can be exchanged with gemstone traders for rare items such as, and only be obtained via these vendors. Complete fights in areas with the highest rating possible will increase your rank, which allows you to local gemstone traders to offer a wider selection. To view your progress in each acceptable area, select a short or shared fate and from travel. Travel. Shard. Receiving data. Rank 1. Number 1, I guess. Back in a bit. Oi, nectar. Peaches, grapes, fresh brown. Given how richly you cracked your purse coin with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I may seen Mortimer give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honey worms as well. Oh no, you're not one. Not for me, it's an offering of sorts. Oh, the worms, please. And thanks for you, come again, friends. Right, that's our shopping chore taken care of. Here are the precious ones. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, doesn't it? Good news, you actually bought them. You really should let you. Well, I really shouldn't let you, but there's just once. I'll go only once. Never fails, shall we? Bribe the O.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals.
Sure.
I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find MSQ? Thank you. I just explained why I wanted this shame. I can see in your eyes. Well, nothing's going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if I can lighten the mood.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs. Oh, it's nothing, really. And we do so rarely have guests. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing that...
Oops, sorry.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrant could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Ja, fuck, nu får jag aldrig upp fuck. Look for Eldrick in that case. That one.
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
There's not anyone.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
There it is!
Is that... Oh no!
Halric! We have to run!
Oh, fuck, what's going on?
Tesleen! No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it.
Jesus.
The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
No!
Forgive me, Alice.
I'm sorry. I can't be the shoulder they lean on, not like this. Kassan. It's just so unfair. Teslin was always so cherry with the patients. Tell them not to be scared. There will only be any pain. For all the people in the world to suffer such fate. A melon. Wilford, I imagine they're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me, I don't have the words. Without a body, he cannot even give her a proper burial, and she's scared about that sort of thing, about giving people a chance to say their goodbyes. Nothing. Alex is unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, standing into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. What will you say? Holiday. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realize we haven't thanked you for rescuing Herlick. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow. I thought I could protect you. You cannot be blamed for your sins beyond your control. You brought her back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I have come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. Until it's too late, of course, just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Alaric. Keep those words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving at this very moment? I understand you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a decision in mind, yes, and a purpose. That damn light building without seas. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we correct the balance? Even if we only a little. Now hold on there, everyone knows that's too much light. But how could you ever hope to get rid of it? I would have changed the whole world. That's right. We should return to the castle. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I still use my skills I have gained to hurt them. Ja, nee, hardloop van die mense af weg wat jy die meeste nou nodig het. Let's do that one quick now. Oh fuck, I'm perfect for now. R. Kyllähän sekin se on sitä niitä rakennettu. But I couldn't stay here a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said, while the men and women at the inn battle against the blight. With kindness, I must fight in my way with steel. Miss Linda, is there anything I can get you? Yes, your sister's Amaru. I need to return to it immediately. Oh, sure. I don't enjoy the goggles if I fly over. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. They're reduced. Oh, no, I have to go for Alfred. The faces are new to me. What does that to me? Signed by the all. Yes, I can write you with that one passage to run of the truck. I'm thinking about a fucking chocobo. A chocobo? Do you hail from Nordic, more isolated settlements? Perhaps? I hear there are a few places where they write little else. But here in Greenland, like that blue grey fellow, they are far more common. Seeing as you plainly unaccustomed to riding over, I think I best accompany you on the front myself. Whether you have a name, I could do, of course, but I will send you to you. Turning your eyes safely is my sort of responsibility. Gather your things. The unbothered birds. Launch.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
We are arrived. This is a cracked shell beach on the eastern coast of Kurusia. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater's attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not only more dangerous than anywhere else. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy what the city distance, that is Elmo. The rival signals in scale as one more ally to battle against the abominations. For years the elite have fenced themselves to the masters of what remains of the broken world. They have gone as far as offer leaders of other signals their protection if we bend the knee. But to say the ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Kazan is one among many who resist the heavy-handed authority. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during the stay, especially in the vicinity of the city. I'm glad you understand each other. Now the Exarch has introduced me to the toilet secret that makes your finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. If you head south along the coast, you'll eventually come to Fisherman's Shack, a friend of Ernest lives there. Hobgoblin. What you after? Fish, crab? I think you got a eel burrow somewhere if you're What's this? Nope, that's what I give you. Oh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan and it'll like a bloody fish law flavor. Now that I can do for you, can't say me major upsets the report a few weeks. Alphanet? Oh, I know that one. A young companion of the something. A little more richer than all of them is put together, but it's a different story for them than lives outside of the city. Most spend their waking moment trying to stay alive. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get the message with him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet away from prying eyes. Make for Solitude. That's the finish. Fishing village. Is your first time in the tavern? Can we buy a drink if you mean to later? What will be having? Water. A fine choice, and what will be paying with? Well now, those are exotic. Where did you come by the coin like that? Oh, sorry, I didn't doubt you have. Didn't doubt that they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and not about going begging for one from the neighbors. She'll have to just come with some other arrangement. Ah, there's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more than what they have, and we have. But you say a bit of extermination work. I want you to squash any vermin to find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from our sleeping on the job. For that I'll laze around and like. Well. Gee jou coin en sê jy moet fucking werk. And ether. I'll get those later. Oh, yeah. Joke about it. Fuck, let's go quick. No response. Maybe I need to knock on louder. No response. No, they're off break. You're hearing a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst and save in. No one home, judging by the lack of furniture. He's already dead. Welcome back. Gone? Must have left join the rest of the hopeless. In gate down outside, Elmo. You don't have the clue what I'm talking about, do you? And then I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat whenever you like, dear. More than you earned. I even threw in another drink on the house.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
'Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well. Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin-Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
Oh, belt. Chameleon. From that, yes, it does. Over there. Quickly, someone in trouble. طبعا انا oh my poor heart. Thank you, young sir. Oh, you're here in my haste. I lost my bearings. But I see you have the surgery. Oh, you're right, madam. Just a few bruises, where I felt nothing compared to what was in store for me before the brave soul came to rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet on not as swift as they once were, and I knew until left to hear me scream, not that I would stop me. Sheesh, I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old criminal like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has been safer to say here. One would hope either way. I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Oopsie. This lady says many are the parts have abandoned their homes to live in the shadow. Should the Sin Eater decide upon this region, now precious few with the strength to fight them. Speak of which, what have you been told to these monsters? Ah yes, LJ would be quite qualified to speak on the subject. Compared to America is almost a haven. But as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Still, we have to one small victory this time, at least. Now, shall we press on?
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh?
Luke.
I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ik weet niet, hij stempas niet, maar hij doet zich zeggen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please! Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy. Even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
Fish, is it? Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in a city of splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident! For you!
Ah, last!
Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Over here!
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let us just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Ulvenord. The only why matters attempts to enter the city have thus far come north. The devious privilege must be one on constant with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for 2 decades, ever since our current ruler came into power. Look. Still here are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of an pie. If you ask me, you should teach the sour-faced brat. Make home for yourself, yeah. Ja, iemand over nou. Even nou. A large pot bubbles over the flames. Pale chunk, meal Uranus float in otherwise plain broth. Just look at it. Can you imagine more beautiful city? Hang on, is it the saucers? No, saucer. Flying saucer. No? Every day I dream of the life that waits me inside those walls. Oh well. Will they ever pick me? Have you done this one? What the hell was on this? Disapprove. It frustrates me hugely. Not only part of it though, the whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters how unjust the system seems to me. If people claim to contend with the lot, it's hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady who rescued. Does not seem those who have chosen to forgo Larse are doomed to suffer the independence. In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so armlets and fields across the island are left empty and untended. Nay, I am not conceived that generosity truly serves the best interest of Kalunza. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of an hard-working villager struggling to survive. Here has there has to be a better way. It is fortunate that you arrived when you did, Zubi. There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the sea surrounding the isle. The Undu, they're called, although you, the Shogun. For the most part, they keep to themselves in the ocean. Really, ever-dwelled land dwellers. But as Tarus took such a great pains to impress upon me, I've come a long way since my days buying samurai swords without first negotiating the price. My appointment with the Undu is due to take place in a few hours. I need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. That might help me make the exchange. Second. Excellent. Should gladly be your company. First things first, you must pay a visit to Mushamoa, my supplier in Right. Come and roll northwest here. There's something I can do for your friend. Good day to you. This is my associate. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. I loaded the Lanky up with the goods not long ago. My Lanky? I know. Mr. Lad, sure the blue hair. No, he said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I assumed. Confound it, someone must have eavesdropped on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, I cannot have gone far. We should split up and... Ish. Search the surroundings for a male maester with short blue hair. Well, it's in this area. Fuck on some up. Any signs of him? Ah, keen eye. Let's move out.
There you are. The thief who claimed the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
Well, I am back. What's it? Quite possibly. Maybe later. Let's hurry up with a better plan.
Indeed. We will find another way. I promise you. Shall we return to Wright then?
Is it right?
Is that? I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on. They may need our help.
Oh, Elfinord. Let's go to that spot first. I've been there actually. Hey, there was a new place. Should take care of the worst of his injuries. Oh, Splendor, mercy, mercy, beg me. Oh, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. The poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get the fire going. I thought I was certain I was dead. However, you reply in kindness. Will you settle for the tale behind your current predicament? Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristel. I was invited to Elmore. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they all quickly drove me out of the street, onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin. Within days they thought they had brought me before the man himself, and they asked me if I was meant to do. Detained as I was, I told them that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the Bastille into the goddamn ocean. Up from there, how are you not dished? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. I thought I would then found me. You did. I would have counted that for much. Monstrous, and the citizens condone such barbaric punishment? Yes, of course. Oh, without a second thought, when Lord will press his judgment, no one so much blinks, let alone argues. In Elmore, his word is law. The more I hear of Elmore, the more I'm determined to see what waits within its walls. Funny how my dude walks away and this one watches. But I accept my deepest gratitude. It's my favorite paintbrush. You know, elite was never sold until they get exactly what they want, and if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If I may somehow owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people that you have talent for painting. Are you certain this is your livelihood? We cannot be deprived you as such a treasured possession. I gave it laughter after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I do instead, I haven't decided, but it shall stay in this place. Haven't raised the brush you received from the... Let us go back. Did it just get darker? What the fuck? I bet you it resulted in. Oh, it's just as fuck, man. Just get sick of. Man, y'all fucking mess. Good day. Oh good, old Clifford will be glad to see this. Oh so. Thank you for staying with me, but I might be harder than I expected. Is there really more tasks for me? Oh, still here? Yes, yes. There is tunnels of mine that taking too long to make a return. Probably busy tussling with the dim-witted predator. Probably follow. What the fuck is there? True, like over here. They must have borrowed it beneath the plates. I know it implied the Talos was still moving, but as you can see. Once upon a time there's these contraptions hauling material down the shipyard. But after the stonework closed down some 15 years ago, there was no one left to make them or maintain these creations. A particular worker was damaged during a stray eater rampage, and it hasn't shifted a lime ever since. It was always his favorite. Come, let's go make our report. Jo, klinkt meer dan een fucking bitch al dit. should be left alone for the time being. An excellent news, but I expect he'll need good polishing when he returns. The most troublesome ones are often the most enduring ones, eh? Oh, sir. Gunrush. Fine service, thank you. Indeed, I've never thought about creatures myself. Thank you for staying. Sir, more task force. Just one last thing. I want you to gather some pretty flowers from the split hole. Gift from my dearest wife. I understand, we'll go. With the company. Zeker al hoeveel jaren die doet. Apparently heeft geen idee wat allemaal maar gaan. Keep in the avenue. This is almost pleasant, isn't it? Aside from the aggressive monsters. There are none who care for right and his people more than he. Oh, says he's a mayor. Oh, funny, I just walked through that thing and didn't aggro. We made it, and the flowers are none worse for wear. Zubin have returned with a bouquet for your wife. Absolutely, thank you. Now perhaps shall we come. Sniff. She will come back to sober. So, Alice, forgive me, I've asked such cruel things of you, and I must oblige you as well. My labelled wife, my dear neighbor, so many gone. After it happened, despair came my only company. I could not even save the closest friend when its torment was plain for all to see. I shall embrace this delusion, think that I might have tried hard enough, if I truly believe they were still alive. I understand why you did it, sir. I truly do. You always got such a sweet child. I will place you the flowers you brought on her grave. As for Monsieur Roloff Mayer, I'm sorry, but I cannot give you a decision just yet. Take as long as you need. In fact, I might need a little more time to recover myself. Thank you. That's actually another matter. Would you mind sharing with us? Well, it does go back to the day that Ether attacked the village. I was taking my turn as lookout. As duty virtually, but very seriously, they saw the tower was originally built before the flood. Yes, the Alpha was prowling around, felt a spot. It's an Ether which came that day did not appear as the other monsters I have seen from the distance, simply looked like a person. How could a mean man's faulty judgment ever severe as a mayor that conferred unto his loved ones with easily slain? You would take vengeance on our behalf? That's good. I know nothing of the roads you have walked, or the battles you have fought. Well, sir, you've heard the words. Talk of vengeance aside, I do not believe the villagers, either alive or dead, hold the responsible for the actions of that monster. And yet something. Nay, this who should beg forgiveness. All will be well with the back among us. One last escort back to right, would you? And that's when I'm gonna die. Actually, I can check it. What's my rising flames, dude? Our protection and mentioned unfailing patience. Oh, I'm grateful for understanding your flowers who brought my wife a more present selection. when at or above a duty's recommended level. Physical ability is increased to 10%. That's weird. I'm closer to this one than this one. Okay, I just don't want that shit. Something can do feel stranger. Well, beat me with a hammer, it's been long. I admire the salvage, the planks from an old hull, but she's giving me more trouble than barring for. What a waste to leave this lumber laying around, much as call for. See where the ship since Sure, what leg was that? Oi! Motherfucker. Sorry. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, attention more. What a day have been, folks at the door. Welcome peddler who made balls from a plume, and now we've a place for a painter on album. So come along and don't be slow, it's time for the colors flow. I can paint portraits, at least. Landscapes and still lives are so rarely compensated these days. Oh, I thought I spent a few new faces in the crowd, but fortunately we have filmed around an issue. What proof do you have for your power is? Any masterpiece on your person? Sadly not everything I paint is soon sold, since I'm a life work artist. I've only my brush to testify for me, although you will note that it's seen no much small amount of service. flicks of paint, or both old and new, as such do love it more. Not a prop to be conserved on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. Maar hij kan niet gaan samenkomen. Is hij die painter en who is it on? Well, who's it up? Parasite? Why, it's my assistant. He whose unfailing sport allows him to such flourish. I will go with him, or not at all. Parasite then? Well, shall leave his fate in the hands of the new employer. It matters not. Whilst to us. And having filled our last vacant space, we tire to Loom's sweet embrace. Oh mercy me, the turmoil almost took a leave without leaving a loving token. They must empty the sacks or make their way back.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days. Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Welcome. First task is to register as residents, you know. Make it all nice and official. Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose you had better show ourselves. Welcome to Ilmor. Alphanon, an artist, and Zubin, my assistant. Ah yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. Now the citizens of Ilmor are diverse in two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of the Lord, and the bonded, who work in employ for the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free and accept the work in general labor. See, I must tell something to the patron who we are to serve. Two patrons actually a Mizil couple whom most refer to as they are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility for their own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment, please. All in order. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once you've been stamped, you'll officially be a citizen. Enjoy your life in paradise. Welcome to the bureau. What we have here, alternate artist to be assistant, to be employed with service of culture. Yes, everything's in order, approved. I think it was ordered over as arranged before. Sniff, sniff, oh dear. You smell hideous. Did you crawl through a ditch? It's like unholy oozma of dust and sweat and musk from unwashed breast. Produce directly to the glen next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you should proceed. I don't know, this was so aromatic. Rinse yourself with a stream of water. You're looking to present yourself to people, blah blah blah.
then.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful! Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Ooh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
Yeah, just gonna. You have the opportunity to experience Elmore. Okay, this is a training area. Hello there, freshers are we? Little lost. Well, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. Wicked White. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I've done if you haven't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady handkerchiefs, you see. You must have blown it over the edge, but luckily I caught it on something. Good fetch is far enough. It is just a scrap of cloth. Not if it belongs to her. At first alone, I thought I need to bring a lot in life, but there was much more to the city than wealth and plenty. My mistress has been ever so kind to me. Oh, sorry, I thought I've gotten a bit carried away. Please should you come to meet me, my lady. What? Alone, you say? Curse my clumsy feet, I must return to her immediately. My tenant told me everything. I'm so grateful that you offer me your assistance. As you remember, I couldn't live the wonderful life I lead without him. Mayhap in another society our difference should still breed prejudice or resentment. Part of the measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. In essence, we provide with and ample funds and commodities to live a life ample with luxury. Being liberated for the concern of earning coin has almost miraculously effort on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy your tranquil existence. Now, if you excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer, a reward for a return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten of you, of course, our courteous messenger turned rescuer. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't gotten through what our duties must be. Hope I haven't interrupted your work undutifully. A tour of the city, is it? To the vendor, what vendor? Number 7, holy shit. $430, $421. Shit. Critically 20, critically 60. Okay, so materials actually worth focusing on. Welcome to Beehive, my little drone, seeking offsetting of excitement to liven up your day. I can call at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. Ready for a game of high or low then? Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. Flip one over and flip 2 of mine. Now what's your call? Will you talk to Aya? 6, 4, 6. I call low. I that's 6. You're going low then. Alright, let's see what you got. Oh fuck, you can go more. My cards are than you have. Total of 19. You lose. Oh, sorry, Anby. Must be me. I get now. There's like a fucking 50-50 chance of winning. Oh, win another game. Well. I'll be returned from the jaunt around the city soon. Have headed back. Young Elven is yet to brush the canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Good authors, apparently. Ah, finally. Put together an ensemble of garments you choose. This is 6,000. Goodness gracious me, that last effort was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You're truly a handsome boy. Whom am I off to this? Exactly, the knight is an artist. Dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I love good painting, but I thought since we're enjoying ourselves so thoroughly. Well, I didn't say as long as you. Just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. You know he will be upset if he does not ready to paint at the moment notice. Wherever you say, darling. So shall we pick some jewelry next? Ja, of Elfenat se bene spring nog. The right turn is. Ooh. Do not have permission. Chop chop. You are one of the bonded, aren't you? Let me. Please, I need your help. My throat itch. I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's not just getting any better, eh? If my patron thinks I'm no use to him, then I need to seek out the treatments and describe my condition to your charge. There's a list of symptoms and a hung of menthol to pay for his medicines. You need medicines, tonics, potions. Cure for ailing voices. No medicine will cure this. Methinks the songbird has a lump in her throat. Must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder, or simply silence her chirps? Woohoo, your face, you didn't know. As many hopefuls will enter the city, a few ever seen the leave, even as porters. Oh, you might see one or two fortune fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest gone. Town of nightmares. This consultation is over. You may have your verdict. Mental. Good day. Huh. What a dickhead. Did get any medicine? Nope, that dude is a fucking idiot. No, so what is it? What am I doing if I cannot sing? Oh, there you are, my sweet. Oh, yeah, sorry. Have him crying again. Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, my mercy. Have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, my pet. I haven't realized your affliction was this grave, but you needn't fret. I not reward your hours of training by casting you out into the street. You too kind, sir. What use am I if I cannot sing? I fear that I have become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Vernon to arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness, will your song ring out clearly once again? Or perhaps you think it's a step too far? No, I would do that for me. Of course, I would almost wish to hasten my ascension, knowing that your blessed instruction was waiting there to greet me. Ascension. You must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As known as the Sin Eaters exist to devour the souls, but also do serve the greater soul in the innocent and sharpen them into Castile paradise. It is through Lord Waldron that we learned this truth. It is the Lord Waldron's grace to free people who are designed to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at the last we are called for a final rapture. Even though the bonded may find a pleasure in the host, should there something. Oh, truly great man, isn't he? Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find our internal salvation for the compensation you've shown my precious Canetry. Says dirt. The canopy. En ik kan gewoon te gaan. Dit is beter. Oh my, kan mos paintings maak. Of verf. But it's good to see you back. With taking so long, I began to worry about what happened. I began sketching an outline for the poor Bretney that could appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what investigations you gleaned this far? So Lord will boast some manner of influence over the senators. Take it off for one moment and you're chattering away with your sister of yours. I assume you're then done then. What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself. Where is your starting intention? You should invoke images of influence and nobility, and overwhelm the viewer with the boundless beauty. You stated that the portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours, the Jewelers' Union, seemed to be the most realistic portrait. Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection. I spoke to love those long silken jaws and weakened knees. Now fetch a blank canvas and... screaming man. Where does they come from? Above? Young gentleman, please make your common noble blood freeze. He was a villain on the loose. Our Lord has got him now, and the state has not pretty. Now Emeritus is poised to come and crashing down. And this man is facing the scene. That's right, in fact, if you're curious, it might be worth your going along for the experience. Ordinarily you would be barred from entering, but seems you'll be opening doors for the next while. We are going up there.
That's him. That's Vorthri. He's attended by Sin Eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vorthri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Yulm is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his contrition?
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin Eaters are part of Yulmor's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked! A wholly unsatisfactory performance!
It is true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmor?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me. of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could. Can you walk?
I think so. Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Forgive me in my anger. It seemed to have wandered back outside again. We players leave outside to go together, I believe. In any case, I've seen enough of this old self-proclaimed paradise. I'll accompany you back to the Carillion and regroup think of the region. I've done you a great disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I found you a solution without once considering the risk. You gave me everything I need to idea work. Arrows just come in me again. I need something thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Oh well. Very well, actually. Elfinite. Lord, lady. What believe that you do? They have the entire level for you. I look happy at your unfinished product, Elfinite. Now that I have many beautiful and startling pictures painted for me, there's something about your work we had caught the very essence of our love and rendered the naked upon the canvas. I was bold, unflinched, and I adore it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you have begun. I'm sorry, lady. There are more important matters that must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying these days we have left to us in the fullest? Pray place with no further. We are leaving. I will not presume to take the garments. You have so kind to produce of me one moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy, I insist. I'll return, I'll promise. The others I witness must go unanswered. Next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption. Ei vai tänne biggie opettaa.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmul might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity. Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then. In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified, these devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed. At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
North. All set. But Holmester Switch is a pass gate through the woods. This is not directly near the neighborhood of Critical. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any I have seen in recent years. Snort. One's not simply slay a warden. Hold me light inside, then they'll underlings put together. It can be struck down, but it isn't so anticipate like the weaker kind. Hell ether will blow outwards and the nearest living thing, a reckless young swordsman perhaps, and then turn into a brand new warden. Oh well, you can have the particular contrary to us. Concentrate on the survivors who must serve your life we can. Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort either. From our ranks instead, I'll go with you. Very well, then warden slaying party shall we commence, myself. Switch now over the wall. When forming a party, you'll need to follow some rule exchange from a prayer. Apparently, you can alternately you can find a party via Viren as usual and complete instance instead. I can check my rent as a party and do that. I just need to take a piss before we start. Whoops. Samurai. Welcome, bird. Oh, it's like an upgraded. Oh, if you do. Bitch. I don't even go for it. Really not my favorite. Number 5 did not do anything. Did he fucking move? Where's Pope? This is like I'm not doing that fucking movement. Ridiculous. Folded wood. What's a fucking name? Why did I do it? I don't even consider it on Ja, fuck, is nog niks wat actually mee gear is. En dit is wat er niet weer gear. Oh, ik heb verkeerd enig gedaan. Okay, so I should do one dealing with the other one. That was nothing yet, mine. Ah, okay. Niin, se on näkyy 2. Oi, nyt oli patikkoita. Dus je kan hij moet niet tank nemen, maar het volk gaan uitlopen neer in een cirkel. Well, apparently het alle lief kry. Alhoewel het fucking niks waard is, né? Ek daarom my woorde nou eens gaan betaal.
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
Sterker.
Behold! The monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
Sure.
Sky.
It's dark.
It can't be.
What's happening?
It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky. As it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed, but for the present, I beg you, stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the Wardens and restore darkness to the First. On behalf of the First, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, XR, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. and I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
You can enlist NPC companions to revisit completed incidents by opening trust. Good diet. Nice, you could have boosted character. En als je in die areas in gewoon staan, je sprout op de. A million model experience. Zeker anak mensen gaan red. They whisper another wonder. How's this going? This is to be expected. I must ask you a favor, would you going to conceal your involvement in the endeavor? Seeing the light that escaped from Neckland is a mysterious occasion, and many will be swept up by a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as a lady, in fear that no matter how good your intentions, such appearance would throw the city in disarray. I find myself agreement with XIV, although my concerns are more focused on Emilia. As it may be best maintain no profile until we see how Bertie responds to all of this. My thanks. Oh, and I must ask some discretion of you, Captain. It is my intention to share your people tale of the great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeat Light Warden has since departed for his past 9 years. As usual, my lord, your pursuit for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to tell the whole truth in one day about all of you. With that settled, I'll return to the Crystarium and make an address. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover. Must stay behind and coordinate the excavation of remaining survivors. I used to ask after I'm done today. How could I ask you pass a message all the way to the Berlin? Please. Sorry. We should start making our own way back. Click on the house. I'll run through the village top to bottom and we'll take a chance to rest and you include it. I knew one of those eaters and I cannot put it to rest, not now. So please, we used to live alone a while. I'll probably just find later film myself again. Shall we? I guess I can just... Oh... What's the sky what you know? Well, it's going to simply does not in the skies will most surely get wet. Sound advice if you ask me, would you like to hear what the skies are today? Fair skies to fair skies. Everlasting light. Hey, what can I do for you? Ex errand boy. Oh, fuck me. You know the weak eaters? What? Weak eaters. They all swarm like angry bees around the queen. You may need to look no further than Halter for proof of that, but attacks on the skull doesn't happen every day. Praise the blessed Shadow. No more the common threats or the strays, no one knows why. They're a danger to anyone, everyone, to the settlement council puts bounties on their heads. Seems like a few of them inspired the warden slaying even more than most. These are the types with the sights set on absolute worst of the strays, class eaters that has been dubbed the Cardinal Ventures. The Ventures showed up out of the virtues, Ja, dat is grande. Mens precies blijven if we boarded the best. Oeps, ik denk ik moet dat gelezen. Exploits not available. Request job healers clearing imminent job healer. Level 7. Magical DPS. Magical DPS. There's a good attention. Wie is jij, meneer? Talk to some stranger warren with a mixture of... Nee, dank je. Oh, you are back, yes, I am. So you can make it for your darkness. No problem.
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out. Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang. And I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
So this is what the light was hiding. He's here. I must go to him.
Intruders! Fan out and find them!
Oh, insane.
Out of my way!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Ha! From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
Between two worlds.
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxton Loft, here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
And there they are.
My lord, I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would. Everyone, gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish. Enter. Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest in this?
His Benevolence, Lord Vorthry, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater. Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin Eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy, promptly. One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmore's army since before Vorthry's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmore chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
It is noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmore has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxan Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmor before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Generations?
Ah, of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Maren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He'll be able to enlighten you. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right, though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
Cabinet of Curiosity. Yes, if you of the books portraying the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most of our outline at present will experience quite a surge in popularity. We wish to learn about Oracle of Light, then it should be my pleasure to assist. I should periodically explain earlier that everything's always in its place despite the best of efforts. And the first person fucking up. Nothing. Yes, as your eyes begin to blur, they finally come to rest on a copy of it. It is the tale of the Oracle of Light. Have you found the book? Without further ado then. Began 100 years ago when the flood of light threatened to swallow Northerwind. Just as it seemed lost, the Sire appeared to halt it all the consumer radiance. A maiden. What was known about the save that the name was Ophelia, and for doubling the realm she came the reserved as Oracle. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace, but 15 years later her name would reappear in the annals of history. When Sun Eaters later went to the kingdom of Hubert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's light touch. One with hair of sun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire, she was hailed as the Oracle of Reborn and came to likewise, enlisting the northern army. This Ophelia thought to vanquish countless senators. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet, with her dying breath, she whispered into her grieving commanders, Memphila will return. And true to her words, some years later another young girl was discovered with the self-dane eyes and self-and hair and the self-and powers. Self-same. She too took the name Ophelia, so thought Sun Eaters as a soldier of elements, she too fell in battle, many more to follow in her footsteps, and the cycle continues to this day. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Aldred numerous times, and were it not for them, they might never have learned that light wardens and the nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Oh, some perhaps. The truth is rather simple. Although the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories of the known knowledge of previous incarnations. All thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant of the power of their beheart. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not, but all who were made to face the Sun Eaters all died to keep their hopes alive. That can you tell us of the current Ophelia? She was found by the army some 10 years ago and taken into their care, or rather their custody. She was a prisoner in Albert name, for by that time under Lord Venelru had already abandoned the resistance in favor of decadence. Ophelia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war. They no longer wished to fight a potential threat to the peace, and so they kept on a lock and key. For a long while we heard nothing more. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that it was still in his best interest for her to remain under their control. But then 3 years ago, Guardians saw the city and rescued her from the clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Indeed, well, I believe we now have a good grasp of Min's tale. Thank you for your time, Morgan. I might trouble you for the word. Outside? When I was NPC, what the fuck staan die dude nou hierso? As you will have already summarized, the clan Solver's criminal was none other than our own dear Thancred. They have since been wandered the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why we will not yet had a chance to meet them. We know that Mephilia journeyed here to Elden's emergency to halt the flood of light. It could only be heard that people had first witnessed 100 years ago, the original Oracle of Light. But while there is plenty some connection between the woman we knew and her namesakes, the fact that these girls do not share the same memories must surely mean they are not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I have no doubt that he understands. The question is how he feels. Regardless, this Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If she has been captured, we may be certain he will not stay idly by. There you go again, talking in the roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Mercy, just spit it out. It just happens, I agree with you. It's quite clear that Mephilia possesses Hylian's blessing. And it wouldn't hurt to have a second such influence on our side, right? You see, you made up your minds. All you are going to do a report and a proposal. First report. Our scouts have confirmed the forces at Luxensloft do need within their custody. For the present they are holding her there, but you can certainly they will move. To have made acts, we should do it quickly. Which brings me to my proposal. I can trust you. This isn't undertaking us, people of consider. $397.
You are doubtless eager to attempt Minfilia's rescue, and with your combined strength you may well succeed. But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary. It was not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrand. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Light Wardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you. My friends, I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all. As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Yulmore a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the General condemned the slaying of the Light Warden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war. Let none be mistaken. We would be hard-pressed indeed to resist the might of Yulmore. Some would even call it suicide. and yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years. Or so says my heart. My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor less alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we do?
My lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrat deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Yulmor's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, trade would be subject to restrictions. The flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do, we will.
Aye, we can weather such hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for? We have always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
When all falls down around you, rise up. Those were your words. There may come a day when all hope seems lost, but even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not. We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Yulmoran bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
It appears we have a consensus. Let it be known that the Yulmoran host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more. So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Yulmor's ultimatum.
Hear, hear!
Hear, hear!
In planning a strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
And there you have it. If Yulmor wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
Oui. Oops.
My lord, our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amaro to occupy the skies over Lakeland. They should serve to delay the airship's departure. At the same time, we scatter dream powder from the air. Not all will succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
Very good. Siege your preparations.
Wat gaan we black rails gebruiken? Klinkt zo.
And what exciting crimes would you have us commit? Speaking for my fellow villains, I'd say we're capable of most things, though we draw the line at indolence.
If excitement is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you your orders.
So you'll be joining the guard. Where's our salute, soldier? Better, more spirit than Explorer's feeble attempts, certainly. Now that's the first rule. You'll need uniforms. Go to the main. What the fuck am I looking now? Oh, met erin genomen. Maar look achter. Okay, check it out, shot. At least. You look at those. I see. Sorry, Captain, I'm afraid we have anything that you if you're fairly close, you'll be able to make them work. Minor adjustments. Well, let's see if you have any movements related directly to the field. Jumping to 3 first station mission. As mentioned earlier, we'll deploy armor mode to scatter green powder from once the powder takes effect, an elite unit will storm further to rescue the Oracle. I assume we're part of the set unit. The unit will be divided into Christians, one deploying from the fort job and the other from hostile headquarters. Before you proceed to applications, accurate the report to your Atlas record. She will issue a serum to all off. We shall be on our way. Take care, friend. It's quite far for the pyramid, so make sure you use ours for the lottery after you have collected the serum. What's on it? Discipline of the land. Something like that. Maybe more than good. Ready to learn about our operations? Good. So, as many as you already told, the Crystal Center for Production once again supply possible from daily needs in the production. You'll adjust with anything on storage, workshop, holding. Now, the menu is from five facets. There are fancy name for divisions. Especially the facet of forging. That. Crafting. Usually, there's fit and LT speaks to the public. Starts looking for interesting. I am a miner, most likely fisherman, and for us, well, that's the idea, right? What means is the mean suffers from chronic surgery and every festival is always looking for You can now offer your service to each facet of the crystal. Upon completing this quest, you'll be able to undertake scaling deliveries for the Fascia of Gathering. You must be a miner or bandit at level 70 or above. And that I are. Yes. What do you need? Every man in his honor wants something today. I suggest you make it quick. Oh, not here for materials. What are you here then? Well, I didn't actually ask for your name, but alright, whatever you are, whoever you are. But I didn't expect you to know because I didn't. You're clearly new here, or what you're from anyway. Eric. Truly, always wanted to ask him about his missing homeland, but he is very busy man. I never seem to be a good time. So tell me, is this homeland you hail from? Does it happen to be a creature called the Samurai? No, that's a shame. Well, for the time to make it filled once more, I'll finally get my precision box. Mark my words. Hard op zijn weg. Chief, where are you? Just wait. Stop that woman. There is a keep on the fist in it. How far, begging your pardon? Did the chief mention where she was going headed? Outside again? Does she not know how much trouble she causes when she abandons her post? With me, it's not my intent to take you out on it. I'm human of what the fuck. And the woman is with the chief the face of gathering. Seeing as we're only just met, I both ask you, but could you just go after the chief? I'm afraid I don't have the wind to give the chase. I know that she is headed to Amarillo launch. If you hurry, you might be able to catch her she before she leaves the country. You know. Thank you so much. When you find out, please say she must come back to... Well, I'll keep an eye out nearby just in case. He just did fishing. Oh. I got to fishing level and see. To assist me in field work with that. Isn't that right? Well, one did not such confusion. Come along, my friend, come along. Nee, ik weet je te zeggen dat je terug gaat. Well, to see me leave. I had to be here now. You're I wasn't even planning to be a long way. Sheesh, alright, I'll be right here. Coming to, of course, sure, I want to thank you for doing a fine job at catching. Ja, wat zijn er echt plek? Ik ben niet een verkeerde plek gehad. Okay, now the fuck do you get because this one anyway. Curiosity. I don't think I can fucking ask him. Oh, thank you so much. I don't have much to offer with the hospitality, but the small token of grace will happily in the facility. Yet, we personally conduct optical research to improve our ability to cultivate the crops. On any given day, we'll find us developing new plant strains and fertilizers and experimenting with new cultivation techniques. The fruits of our labors use unsweetened and given offshore, which proves food for our citizens. At the behest of the Vessel of Gathering, we analyze sources found across Norway. Indeed. Our miners and gunners sometimes make unusual finds, and they are brought here for close examination. You see, the task of the Vessel of Gathering isn't simply to gather. We also strive to identify and manage resources. In vessels of yours, we must use our resources responsibly that they might be conserved for. In a sense, what we do not unlike the work of those folk called naturalists in the days before the flood. They stand testament to man's learning and the life cast by the convent unknown, but flora and fauna otherwise are harmonious. What the fuck? As you can see, the chief is something of a character, but in spite of her odysseys, she is respected by her colleagues and peers. His because of knowledge is vital to ensure the colony is very well preserved. Though from my perspective, it's difficult to see her as little more than a self-absorbed woman with duties of the English task. Sure. When I saw the early ad, it was delivered the result of the latest analysis, but what should I find but they're trying to sneak out? Not the first time either. Of late she's been obsessed with finding the Semeral, a night mystical creature, and runs off with my back's turned. She's not childable, fuck. For goodness sake. And you're not my mother. If I keep up nagging, your wrinkles are liable for growing wrinkles. Come on, Jimmy, let's flee this place and turn us into fertilizer. No, so no. Running off again, and I have no wrinkles, thank you very much. to the first time. Oh, we managed to escape the Archer's clutches, and Dalida said that she has no sense of humor, nor does she understand the romance of mystical creature. Now then, you weren't familiar with wise Samuel, as I call, is the name of an ancient and numerous beast of mortal legend. How numerous, you ask? If you've eaten or been to Amara, you may have seen a coral cage. That's how enormous it is, assuming it indeed belonged to Samuel. There's still no starting at this stage. You see, while the tales are people being licked or nearly stepped on rather profanely, no one alive has managed to catch sight of the creature. Until now, at any rate, while attending an excavation, one of our Order reserves claim to have encountered that believed was Samuel. I have a good feeling about this. Aye, the mere thought of shedding light on the mystery sets my heart aflutter, does it not? But of course it does, and you wish to find out as much as I do. Very well, I hereby name you Captain of the Samuel Search Squad. With your combination of combat and gathering prowess, I'm confident you'll do exactly an excellent job, especially with me as your intelligence officer. Yet, whilst you worry about Yula, will come nagging. Now, that mission is entirely serious and within scope of the first objectives. After all, knowledge of fauna and all fauna are real until proven otherwise. It's critical to resource management. But without further ado, my dear Captain, I bid you venture forth on your own, where you can search for the evidence of Samuel. Now, let's go research into that. I think I've been going to deliver some out. Message gathering delivers are now available. By delivering the requested items or raising yourself in esteem, you can advance story of search for esteem. Oh, yeah, what is it? Each facet of this means list of required deliveries will ship items from miners and robots. The item is requested according to the level and may be gathered by either classes. The Steam gauge will build each successful delivery. Building ability and Steam level will increase, allowing you to progress through the story. You may deliver both normal and high quality items, and you can submit multiple items simultaneously. High quality items do not result in large increase in esteem, but you will receive greater rewards upon delivery. Okay. Yes, sweetie, this is something you need. Oh, one of the guard came for your bottom eye. Here you go. A dose of this will keep your family awake while things are flying inland. Now for this you should be on you. It's better as sin. Prince kiss, they call it. But I was thinking it's a cronius kiss. Just aside, the stuff really is foul. Most people gag like it's no tomato, but if you don't drain your last drop, you will able to end up taking a trip to Greenland yourself. So I must ask you to drink here now, whilst I watch. Come on, give us some. Glug 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 glug. And well done, sweetie, I'm proud of you. Why, if you didn't end it in bed, I'd even say you enjoyed it. And now you neither fear falling asleep on the battlefield. Just have care you don't lose any limbs out there, alright? They don't tend to grow back. Yes, would you get up by them? And I'm going to stick to an time. As I would like to oblige all my mounts are in this coming operation, I fear you will have to go. But wait, there might be another way, assuming you're willing to lend a hand. Verkligen han är flytt. Jag svarar. options that are only delivering you. You deliver it on the way. But I think you expect my soldiers to make themselves useful. Speaking of which, I have a task for you. Oj, fuck, nog wat rätt där inne. Council. Good. Since doing quest for Aetherite gives me a spot for an Aetherite. Okay, I need to take this. Just a bitch. Hey. Races have already been dodged. During the remains, some of gear will be glamored. Our abilities will be affected. All the damage.
Keep moving. What now?
The Crystarium at a guess. Desperate fools. It'll take more than a handful of overgrown lizards to ground us.
You're gonna be... Sound the alarm!
Captain, the powder has taken effect.
It is time. Let us free the Oracle from their clutches.
Crystarium! On guard!
We're here to rescue. Your weapons made some specifications as tanked. Be ready to use them. Understood. Bard, what? Brazen Steves. You will come regret coming here.
Why do you must do this folly?
for the count. Okay.
You boy, you bear a striking resemblance to the artist my master seeks. By all means, keep your counsel. You will all have ample time to confess your crimes back in Yule War.
Thancred?
So, you are the wretch who stole her from us.
And what if I am?
What? Pathetic. Vermin such as you are not worthy of the Oracle.
Break!
What?
Fool! You would see your city razed?
I would sooner see it razed than conquered. Suffice it to say, we are ready to receive you.
What now, Exarch? Will you face me yourself?
I think not, General. I've quite exhausted my tricks. If you mean to give chase, I will not stand in your way. But you would do well to tread warily, for your quarry goes to a place where even Yulmore dare not bear its steel. Ilmeg, the Fairy Kingdom.
Think that mountain of indolence still had the energy to unleash his hounds. Even the most pointless of conflicts may alter the world's course. And now the plan has gone awry. But how? How did the so-called Crystal Exarch bring the hero of the Source to the first? As if I didn't have enough on my hands already. Then again, with a soul such as that, mayhap there is another way. One which does not require bloodshed.
Not so long ago, here in the shadow of the northern ranges, lay the great kingdom of Verbert. A nation with a proud history that the Sin Eaters cut short, just like all the rest. Since that time, these lands have become a haven for Fey folk. Dreamers frolicking amidst the ruins of a forgotten realm.
We should be safe enough here. It's good to see you again, my friends. I don't know about you, but it feels like years since last we met. 5 of them in my case.
Why, it only feels like 1 to me, but long enough to warrant a more convivial reunion either way. What brought you to Laxon Loft?
The girl, Minfilia, she and I were traveling together, hunting Sin Eaters. But as we were nearing Lakeland, she abruptly ran off on her own. I found her too late to stop the Ulmorans from taking her prisoner. And as I was considering rescue options, I observed that the Crystarium was on the move. So I consulted the Exarch, who apprised me of the details of the operation and issued me certain instructions. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I was to see you all safely to Ilmeg. And here we are.
Urianger has called this place home for a while now. Yet we have never called upon him, I am ashamed to say. 'Twas only at the Crystarium that we met.
Hardly surprising. This is not the sort of place one visits on a whim. Happily, having trespassed on Urianger's hospitality for a spell, Minfilia and I have an idea of how things work around here. Sooner or later, the Ulmorans will come after us. But before they do, the Exarch bids us accomplish 2 things. First, rendezvous with Urianger. And second, eliminate the Light Warden of this land.
So, Minfilia. What made you leave Thancred behind, if you don't mind me asking?
You. The hero from another world. I was asleep when I felt it. A presence. Someone I was meant to meet. They were close and I knew I had to go to them. But with all the commotion in Lakeland, I was afraid that Thancred wouldn't let me.
And would I have been wrong? Had I arrived a moment later, you would be back in your cell in Yulmore. And now we have Ranjit snapping at our heels. You really have outdone yourself this time.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me.
Oh, poor thing. Feng being scalded sore?
Who said that? Show yourselves.
Come now, put away that frown and have some fun with us! Yes, let's have some fun. Lots and lots of fun.
Which way was it to Urianger's?
We've been there so many times, but I can't. Why can't I remember?
Damn it all. We're already caught in their spell.
Most prominent among them are the big stores. Well, here we are, yet the pixels are nowhere to be seen. Knowing them, the game's already begun. Search for looking grass. this is the stuff. Thus armed we should be able to see through the pixels, veil invisibility, and them set for dealing with them. There's a cure for them. Well, this is a looking glass. Looking glass.
Farasitha, Krakleath.
No, we're found. How did this mortal know our trick?
Wait, I recognize their souls. These two have been here before.
Look, twins! How adorable!
Oh!
Lee, with us!
We have neither the time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Urianger.
Oh yes, Urianger, the peculiar one. In return for a place in Elmeg, he agreed to a riddle contest with us for 7 days and 7 nights without any sleep.
Oh, that was so much fun! We must do it again!
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
Shall we?
Should we? Would we?
What now?
I don't know, but this is their home, so we must indulge them.
Right, we've made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition. That you first lend us a helping hand. Or 2. Or 3. Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Urianger. Pixie's honor.
Well, there you have it. Pixie chores. I suggest we split up.
Okay. Oh, give me a bit. Gloves. trädapar. Gazet. GN 21 UF. Wacht, ik fucking verkeerd gespeeld. UF. Squeeze gewoon. I thought Beavis being is a bit rusty. Chris appears to want milk. Obviously, seem to sign himself bearing the new bad news to Lord. There. Earring. Oké, voordat ik terug ga, kom ik niet goed hier. Bell 3. Fucking giant moth.
No!
What the fuck is going on? Nope. Keeps honestly using. Thrill of battle. 20% restores them, an additional healing additional on self. Button. Increase HP recovery via healing effects actions on self. Okay, I use this and I use this. Orionge. Een serie fokker wat WoW nog nooit gespeeld het voor hoeveel jaren. How does it go? So a mix of what? Yes, it pretty much sums up my own experience. How long would you keep this clearly playing with us? Indeed, whenever I inquire how much more we have to done, the answer is ever the same, a little. Oronje once told the story about the pixies. They're born from souls who died as children, so it's believed. Though they do not have any memory of the previous lives, their desire have fun remains imprinted on the souls. And so they only live to play. The past is short to identify the true nature of a ghost I came upon later examining a similar subject. cells were linked to a core that resides in the ether, and its presence is what determines us, such besides spirits and arcane entities. Upon death, said core ordinarily dispels along the ether that compromises the flesh, however it may be held together and bond to the corporal realm. In time, the soul may regard the ether unto itself to assume another form, or find a newly emerged life in which it abide. If ghosts are merely souls without bodies, what does it make us? I think they become, which we are most, brother dearest. However, pictures may have come to being if we leave them to judge when they are satisfied, will never be satisfied. Nay, we must negotiate new terms with the creatures, but where to begin? It seems to me we'd need some, at least among them, synchronized with us. In course of the tours, did you on any encounter pictures seemed even fairly familiar for some reason? Ek het 'n pixie wat gelink is met my. What? You knew a pixie from before? Not only are you acquainted, but you entered into a pact that might have been mentioned sooner. At any rate, I hope this will offer us a way out. Otherwise, further delay, summon this for you, if you please. Er is weer een vrij vak achter het in weet wat te zeggen. Die ander doet ook fucking zingen uit. Zingen uit. Dat ik niet weet wat de fuck is zijn. Wat zie je? Maar iets gaat ook wat om dat gaan, hè? Ach, yes, an L. U-L. There we go. apparently niet fucking spel nu. Well, please, sorry. I'm just gonna fucking come on. Jep, nou is nog commas. Ik kan zeggen, kom maar naar elke fucking nummer zetten. Ach ja, dus wat ik nou zo fucking lang getikken. Het actually is er net getikt. Please. Zwaar. Hey. Dit betekent. Heeft mij zeker het verkeerde techniek. Ach ja, dat is een fucking come on. There we go.
You're late! Late! I've been waiting for you to summon me ever since you came here. Waiting and waiting and waiting. But my sapling didn't so much as utter my name. Such a heartless thing he is. Cold and cruel and heartless!
Another self-important little brat. Just what we need.
Reminds me of my childhood.
Another one.
All right, I'm sorry. It was a joke. Honestly, just a joke.
But just now you called for me so earnestly, so fervently. I couldn't possibly stay angry at you. Very well. As your lovely branch, I will lend you my strength.
Well. If it isn't Theo, the mold Theo. It's been too long.
Not long enough for you to think of any new games, though, apparently. If I were you, I'd be bored of myself. Now let me make something clear. That mortal is mine. No matter what you do, he will never be yours. Never, ever!
Oh, not even a bit. But what about the others? Surely we can keep them.
No, Oh no, you can't keep them either! They're for my amusement and mine alone! And if you lay so much as a finger on my sapling, I'll scatter the contents of his bag all over your precious village. There'll be cold, hard metal, furry, festering food, stinky, sweaty small clothes, and all manner of other terrible, unmentionable things. How would you like that, hmm?
All right. But will you not at least let us play with the twins? Just while the others go and see Urianger?
Aye, that's all we ask. And we promise we'll play nicely.
It seems we won't be joining you.
Aye! We'll reveal the hidden Firnic to you at once.
So this is the true Ilmeg.
How are you feeling?
Better. I think I remember the way now.
Apologies for the delay. Shall we go and see Urianger?
Your lovely branch is useful, yes? So whenever you're in trouble, you must remember to make use of me!
Well, let us continue for a little bit still. Let's go for already, but already he says.
Urianger, are you in?
Unto a world weary of heroes, a hero wends his way. The Exarch did send word that thou wouldst seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon. Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend, and none the worse for thy travails.
Run along, Minfilia. We will meet you outside.
But...
Another one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
I take it thou hast met with our other comrades already? That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel in thy company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest. The hunting of the Light Wardens, and perforce the war with Yulmore. Hark thee then to my words, and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th Umbral Calamity. As I drifted hither to the first, traversing the boundary twixt reality and potentiality, I did bear witness to events yet to come. There I saw the combined forces of Eorzea and the Far East offering fierce resistance to the legions of Garlemald. So fierce, in fact, that they did begin to push the enemy back. Ilm by painful ilm at first, then Yalm by Yalm, and Malm by Malm in time. Yet the joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile. Black Rose. Its potency defied all reckoning. Once released, the gas took on a life of its own, wreaking untold carnage not only in Eorzea, but in the provinces of the Empire besides. From fighters upon the front lines to babes in their beds, none were spared. And as the casualties became too numerous to count, so did the fabric of civilization begin to unravel. Nor did the land itself escape unscathed, for spreading from the site of its release, Black Rose brought death to the very soil. To survive amidst the chaos and upheaval, men came to live by the sword, the rule of law giving way, inevitably, to the rule of might. Thus was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist, and those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order were no more. For the weapon spared not one, not even thee. An endless age of war, begotten by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th umbral calamity which I did behold. No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy. To that end, I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery. That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency. Come. Dost thou recognize yonder chart? Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source. As the chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition. Astral, the active; umbral, the passive. As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces. Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be specific, the denizens of this world employ not the terms astral and umbral. Thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer. Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the first had called it darkness. At this, did my mind begin to race. Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
That's umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no etherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the first is rooted in the generation of the 2 forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects. Which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
'Tis indeed a compelling question. and one which beareth closer examination. Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events. The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the first to stifle the movement of ether within the land. And according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings. Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the first were rejoined, replete as it is with light,
we would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands. A calamity. Well, at least we have a better grasp of what we're facing. Our objective, however, remains unchanged. We are to eliminate the Light Warden of Ilneg. Speaking of which, were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
Aye. 'Tis all but certainly ensconced within Leargear, the castle which standeth in the midst of the lake. To enter said stronghold, we must needs turn to the Pixies for aid. Fortunately, I have become quite adept at courting their cooperation. Henceforth shall I accompany you, and do all in my power to ensure that my vision doth not come to pass.
Course. Indeed, though the night be lost behind the shroud of blinding light, doubt not, the stars shine still.
"'Tis done. The Pixies shall be well pleased with these gifts. Ah, lest I forget. White auracite, newly forged for thy use. Our mission being to thwart a rejoining, we will most assuredly cross paths with those who crave the contrary, our eternal enemies. Thus did I choose to abide in this ether-rich land, the better to fashion a trap for the Ascian's essence.
May I come in now?
You may indeed, assuming you've finished.
I did as you asked.
That's my girl, thank you. I should probably explain. Though my body remained behind in the source, its limitations saw fit to accompany me. Which is to say, I cannot manipulate ether. I took up the gunblade for its defensive advantages, but on account of my little impairment, I cannot imbue the ammunition myself. Luckily for me, Minfilia has quite a talent for it.
Minfilia, once we set forth, we are not like to return for some while. If thou wouldst choose tomes to take with thee, let it be now.
Really? May I?
Of course, my dear. Yet have care thou dost not add overmuch to thy burden, lest I incur Thancred's ire. Hast thou spoken to him of thine encounter with the Minfilia of Eld?
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any. As you know, I freed young Minfilia from captivity in Yulmore some 3 years past. Not long after, the two of us journeyed to the south of Armareng, to the edge of the Empty, where the flood was halted. 'Twas there that she awakened. The Minfilia of old. My Minfilia.
Tell me, what must I do to bring you back?
My dearest Thancred, as I am now, I am no different from an Ascian. This child is but a vessel. One of many I have used that I might spread word of her enduring blessing and preserve the flame of hope. In my name, each has died, never having lived her own life. I have taken enough from these children. I will take no more.
But what of your suffering? Your sacrifice? This isn't fair! I will not stand for it. I cannot! There must be something we can do. Tell me!
Should the day come when this child grows weary of fighting and wishes to cast it all aside, then shall I take up her burden. But should she wish instead to become the master of her own destiny, then shall I bequeath to her my all. Imbued with the strength that I reserve for rebirth, she may come to wield my powers as her own.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
It is not their decision to make. It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's. You have ever watched over me, Thancred. Now I ask that you do the same for her. Protect her. Teach her. Stand by her as you stood by me. There is much and more she does not know. She needs a guide to show her the ways of the world, or she will never find her own path. When the time comes, you will find me here. Until that day.
Minfilia, wait!
What happened?
And then she was gone. Minfilia, the girl, claims to have no recollection of any of it. I have told her many things. Where we came from, what we fight for. But of that day, I have not spoken.
With the coming of another possessed of the blessing of light, the first hath begun to rise up in defiance of its fate. The question...
I'm sorry I took so long. It was so hard to choose. In the end, I settled on just the one.
That is well. Now, if all is in order, let us set forth for Leader Loran.
Oh, look at these lovelies. Fuck am I doing? Yes. We'll dispense you all back so soon. Let's secretly began playing with partially playing. That's it. Yogis are truly wonderful. So, what is that you desire? Rusty old coins like the mortals who went something one? We were resolved to vanquish the warden line in this land. To end, we desire to enter the grave. What? What things we wish for? You might as well ask for your death. If that you want, who are we to argue? You seem to be being busy, eh? Would you have seemed so kind to tell us what you've missed? So that's the purpose of the gifts. Is there anything you'd tell us about the Light Warden? Hey, my lady, Bashing is most tragic, the Light Warden of this land. So, is our king and ruler Titania. It was not always so, of course. Our king fought the first Light Warden that threatened home and sea, found it, and won. But the horrible light came through it and corrupted them, turning them into a new Light Warden. Now the king, only in name, thought remains the wise and odd ruler that used to be. We had no choice but to seal them in the castle. The magic for breaking the seal we devised in four and wove each other into different lyric to be kept apart all the time was right. And this dress is one of them. It's been in our seascape for years and years, but we've decided to entrust it to you. Are you sure? Of course, customs demand it. Though you're most certainly going to your deaths, we thought we'd at least do try. That way we get to watch what happens. Of course, you cannot break the seal unless you have the other relics too. Ah, booze. Good luck finding them all. Facts, the singular source in my own understanding. our quest lies now before us. First, let us hide to the lake, there to claim something. Ja, die beginnen helt normaal weer fucking fuck it. Let's go. Gaan we laten we dan. Ach nou, die pad gaan te hard, ik ben weer fucking terugkomen. A duty finder. well, I think that is gonna be end for today. Okay. We'll continue this tomorrow morning-ish, afternoon most likely, depending on what I got stuff to do tomorrow. But should be done early. See you guys. Bye.